Welcome to the CIU Sports Network for this Game 2 of this series between CIU and Bryan College in this edition of Appalachian Athletic Conference Baseball. I'm Gordy Frierson, joined by Corbett Catlett. Corbett, come from behind win yesterday for CIU. Had a huge 8th inning where the Rams scored 7 runs to ultimately defeat Bryan 7-6 in Game 1. What do you think Coach Johnson's looking to capitalize on that win today?
Well, a little loud here. Coming into this one, I think you got to try to keep that momentum going. I mean, you haven't had a whole lot of success coming through the season, and for them to rally back the way that they did yesterday, I would hope that they'd carry some of that energy over. And Christian Orr's going to take the mound for this one, and he looked good in the last game that I got to watch him pitch, so hopefully he can also continue that energy.
Yeah, Christian Orr on the mound for CIU in Game 2. We'll start things off. Justin Parrish started the game yesterday for the Rams, and then Rodrigo Rodriguez came in, relieved him, and then, of course, Brett Collins came in and got the save, closing out Bryan in the top of the 9th inning in Game 1. Leading off for Bryan is Cosby, the catcher. That is Parker Cosby, the junior from Escalon, California. West Coast guy for Bryan. Here's the first pitch for Orr. That's a little outside for ball 1. One 0 pitch and fouled off there by Cosby.
It's a little windy here at Miller Field today. Not the best weather, especially after the week that we've had here.
Yeah, as I mentioned yesterday, temperatures in the mid-50s and feels a little bit cooler than that, even with the wind picking up. Corbett, it feels like we've had the last few series have been all on very windy days down here at Miller Field.
Yeah, I haven't had a lot of luck so far with the weather. It seems like every time we get to the weekend, the weather gets really bad, and throughout the week it's been really nice.
Yeah, at least the sun is out today here at Miller Field. There's the 2-2 pitch, which is popped up and caught by Cody Trujillo over there at second base. So 1 out on the board already for CIU. That'll bring up Darwin Gregg, the sophomore. Comes to Bryan by way of Randolphus College. Not sure if that's a JUCO or if that is a 4-year school, but either way, another one of these transfers for Bryan. One pitch is a ball, so that'll make it 2-1 here against Gregg. That one not quite able to drop down in there, so 3-1 our count. And Gregg will walk, so Orr walks the second batter of this first inning, bringing up Bass Cooper, the first baseman for Bryan.
Cooper, freshman, having a pretty good year. So, oh, nope, I had the name confused. Cooper is actually a junior. I was looking at Bradley Prince.
Yeah, Cooper, decent player for Bryan. Definitely impactful guy for the Lions.
He has one of their best batting averages on the season with 346.
as Greg will steal second. So the speed of Darwin Gregg out on the base pass helps out the Lions early. So runner over there at second. One out here in the first inning. Corbett, yesterday we saw a quiet day offensively for both teams throughout the majority of the game, of course, until that eighth inning when CIU's bats really got going. As good play there by Jan Maldonado, but let's see if the throw got there. And it did. Good play by the sophomore. Gets down on his knees, makes the grab, and swings over to first for the out.
Yeah, starting with that energy, that's a big play to start out this first inning.
Yeah, good to see some of these young guys for CIU make big plays, as this will bring up Mark Thornhill. He is a freshman out of Tallahassee, Florida. And he will hit a fly ball to right field. That'll go foul.
Coming into this game, Thornhill is the freshman. He's had 71 at-bats, and he's batting .366. He's had a pretty good season so far. So I'm sure Bryan's coach is very excited to see how the rest of his career plays out.
Yeah, good size for Thornhill. You can tell if he's a guy that if he gets a hold of it, can really send that ball deep. I don't know what his home run total is on the year, but
after 71 games, he's hit 6 home runs on the season so far.
That's in the dirt there. Makes it 2-1. Two-one pitch from Orr, and that is fouled off. So yesterday for Thornhill, he DH'd and was 1 for 5, but did have an RBI in that one hit.
That pitch was just outside. It could have been called a strike, but we're trying to read how this this ump is going to be calling these pitches all day.
Yeah, yesterday definitely had some complaints on the size of that strike zone as Christian Orr picks up his first strikeout of the afternoon, and the Rams will keep runs off the board as we head into the bottom of the inning with CIU and Bryan tied at 0. Shane Hammonds the lead off here for CIU. On the mound for Bryan is Jacob Buffington. 6'7" is what Buffington is listed at out of Bogart, Georgia, but comes to Bryan by way of Iowa Lakes Community College, as Hammonds will hit a fly ball to center field where that is caught for the first out. That'll bring up Josh Hernandez. Yesterday, Corbett Hernandez was quiet pretty much the entire game until, with that game tied at 3-3, he would hit a 3 RBI double to put CIU up 6-3 in the 8th inning. So hopefully we'll see that same production out of Hernandez in game 2 today.
Yeah, and I think that once he kind of gets a read on Buffington, he could definitely send one pretty deep. The wind has been blowing kind of in the batter's favor here at Miller Field, and this is only Buffington's 9th appearance at the plate this season, so we'll see how it goes for him.
And right away, Hernandez gets the base hit in the gap to bring up Buddy Bleasdale. So 1 on for CIU, as Carter Willis, who has been out of the lineup after getting shaken up last week, will come in and pinch run for Hernandez over at first. So again, that's Carter Willis who is pinch running for Hernandez at first. And Buddy Bleasdale yesterday was 3 for 5 at the plate, started the game 3 for 3, leads CIU in doubles, if I'm not mistaken, with 14.
You are correct, with 14, and he's also just been one of their better batters so far this season. He's batting .316, 2 home runs, and yeah, like you said, leading in doubles.
Yeah, perhaps Buddy's most productive season as a Ram thus far. Has obviously been a staple for this CIU program all 3 of its years of existence, but Buddy just seemingly keeps getting better every year. 1-1 count here. Willis over at first. And Willis will go, and he will get there. So Willis steals second. Again, Carter Willis, Corbett, a guy that speed is one of his fortes on the base pass and is a great asset for Coach Johnson's squad.
Yeah, and it's good to see him back out on the field again. Again, seeing him last week, he got a little shaken up. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but he looks like he's ready to go, getting his first steal of the game.
So Willis over there, well off the bag at second, as that will probably score Willis, and it will. So the RBI double for Buddy Bleasdale gets the Rams on the board first. And again, we talked about Bleasdale leading the way with those doubles and just adds another one to his season total.
That also brings him, he was already sitting at second in RBIs on the team. That'll bring him now only 1 shy of Josh Hernandez with 27.
So the RBI double from Buddy Bleasdale puts CIU up 1-0. As Brenton Morris up to bat for CIU.
That one was a little high and away, but I guess we're getting a little read on the ump right now. He likes those as strikes. That one about in the same position.
That's called a ball, 1-1.
Not sure if he was waving at me, but he looked like he said it was a little bit more outside.
So Corbett in communication with the ump right now.
Exclusive coverage.
Exclusive coverage, that's right. We can get that mic'd up over there behind the plate. Morris facing the 2-1 count here as the lefty Buffington. And Morris sends that way back to the wall. And that will be at least a double for Morris. And will score Bleasdale. So back-to-back RBI doubles puts CIU up 2-0 here in this first inning. So Robert Bell up to the plate, and Corbett, I mentioned yesterday we've seen Rob Bell primarily batting left-handed for the majority of this season, but then now with all these lefties in here for Bryan, we see Bell coming over here and switching to batting on the right side.
Yeah, and we saw a bit of lefty action last week from who was it that we played?
St. Andrews.
St. Andrews, that's right. And we saw him bat lefty that game a lot too, so I think he's just starting to get more comfortable mixing it up. He's been facing a lot of righties this year up until that point.
Yeah, he obviously hit that home run left-handed last week against St. Andrews over that right field wall. But as it is, Morris over there on second after the double. Bell at bat. Cody Trujillo on deck. Only one out. Buffington already given up 3 hits. 2 of those doubles and 2 of those resulting in RBIs for CIU. Wind picking up right now out here at Miller Field as that's down around the knees of Bell.
I was surprised to see the last hit headed towards left center field that it didn't go over the fence, to be honest. The wind was carrying it a lot, and it was blowing that direction.
It didn't quite have a height on it that it would have needed to make it all the way over that fence, but definitely carried in between the center fielder and the left fielder out there. Brendan Morris has actually had quite a few doubles himself this year, as Bell will pop that up, and that will be caught. Good catch there by the shortstop coming over to make the play, as Robert Bell will sit down. That'll bring up Cody Trujillo for CIU. Brendan Morris on second. Trujillo at the plate. That's outside, but called a strike. 0-1. And that will drop for a base hit. Morris will get it over to third. So Morris advances from second to third. That'll bring up Jan Maldonado with a chance to add some more runs to the board for CIU. So CIU's offense doing well here in the first inning. Maldonado hits one to center field where it is caught for the out. A pair of doubles adds 2 runs for CIU as we head to the second with the Rams up 2-0. Back here on the CIU Sports Network with CIU leading Bryan 2-0 in the top of the second inning. At bat now for Bryan, number 9, Kiko Garcia. We saw Garcia pinch hit yesterday in that ninth inning. And that'll be a ball. So 2-2. Big swing and miss there as Christian Orr gets his second strikeout of the contest. Good job by Orr as 2 outs on the board now.
That'll go down as Orr's second strikeout of the game, and only 28 pitches in the top of the second, so he's off to a pretty good start so far.
Yeah, not a bad start for Orr at all. Grant Layla up to bat now for Bryan. Layla listed at 6'6". We talked about him yesterday a little bit, as that is caught by Bleasdale to retire the side, so great job there by the Rams in that second inning to close things out quickly. So we'll head to the bottom of the second with the Rams up 2-0.
Welcome back to Miller Field. Grant Bodison will be taking the plate to start off the bottom of the second. Makes connection with the very first pitch and just gets past the short. He'll stay at first. The first batter making it to first base.
James Lavera will follow up Grant Bodison. Bodison, who just picked up the single. Lavera had a solid game yesterday after Carter. We see Lavera inserted into that lineup with the injury to Carter Willis. And Lavera yesterday went 2 for 4, had an RBI in that big 8th inning for CIU.
Yeah, when you have a big injury like Carter Willis being out, having a senior next man up take the spot and fill in the way he did, you can't ask for more if you're Coach JJ.
For sure. As Lavera faces the 0-1 count right now, Buffington checking on Bodison over at first. That pitch is high. I'll make it 1-1. Two-1 after that ball there. Be interested to see, as well as seeing how things go in this inning as there's a line out, and that will be the double play over at first. So 2 outs on the board now.
Yeah, the second baseman didn't even have to move his feet on that one. It went directly to him.
Yeah, not the hardest double play in the world by any means, as that's where if you're the runner over there at first, just kind of got to feel things out and not make any judgment calls until you see where the ball ends up, as Hammond's singles to left field. So another hit for CIU. They already have 6 today in this contest, only in the second inning, Corbett. So that's got to be something that Coach Johnson has to be excited about.
Yeah, and if you're Buffington on the mound trying to find your groove, you got to be happy at least for your defense so far. They haven't let any balls get past them aside from, nice gap shots that, they just can't make plays on. So it could be more out of hand, but their defense is keeping him afloat. Yeah,
besides that double from Morris that went off the wall, pretty much all of these balls have been on the ground by the time they got out to the outfield. So, yeah, like you said, just well-placed hits from these Rams batters so far in this game.
And I think they're trying to – I think if you are looking at the statistics, if you're Coach JJ, and you see the team's batting averages, I think you would try to change up the pace and what you're trying to do with the team and really aim more for contact rather than hitting it deep all the time. And it seems to be working so far today, so hopefully they can stick with that.
Yeah, obviously you got guys in the lineup like Rob Bell, who's, oftentimes looking to hit deep balls, and guys like Josh Hernandez who's trying to do the same thing. But Hernandez, obviously, if he's already seen, can also, get a ball in the gaps, get it on the ground, and advance runners. So a lot of versatile guys in this lineup. Just have to capitalize on some of their skill sets, as that is high and away, and Hernandez will walk, moving Hammonds over to second, bringing up Buddy Bleasdale. Bleasdale with a double in his last at-bat. So Bleasdale will foul off that first pitch. And Carter Willis pinch running over there at first for Hernandez. And Willis just gets back to the bag in time. Hopefully he's okay. There was tagged on the head, which is where that injury was last week when Willis ran into that center field wall. And so hopefully he's okay. Looks like he is. Was shaken up for a minute there, as that around the knees of Bleasdale for ball 2. That is just off the tip of the bat of Bleasdale. Will make it 2-2. That's fouled off over the CIU dugout into the ravine back here at Miller Field. Corbett, how many balls do you think are down there in that ravine?
Man, after this game so far and the series against St. Andrews, Several dozen. Several dozen.
$9 a ball for these Rawlings baseballs. So about $2,000 of our CIU athletic budget down in that ravine. No, I'm just kidding. Not that, but
Gonna have to raise our hot dog prices.
that's right. As Buddy Bleasdale facing the 2-2 count after fouling off several pitches in a battle with Buffington. That is in the dirt. So just one more ball and bases will be loaded with Britton Morris coming up. But Bleasdale's got to find a way to get on base here. Full count. And they'll say he tipped it and it was caught for that out. So that was difficult to see from this angle, but as it is, that is the final out. So we will head to the third inning. CIU still up 2-0. So 1-2 count here as Orr faces Jason Chu. Chu, the transfer from North Dakota State, Corbett, as he sends that to shallow center field for the base hit. Obviously, North Dakota State known primarily for its really good FCS football team.
Yeah, it doesn't get more dominant than the North Dakota State Bison. Had plenty of successful quarterbacks alone come out of there.
Obviously, Carson Wentz being one of those. And Trey Lance with the 49ers. As Chu over at first. That pitch is outside for ball one, as this is Dante Morton in his first at-bat of the game. And that'll go down as a strike. A 1-1 count here. I'll make it 2-1 as we are in the top of the third inning in this game 2 of CIU's AAC series with Bryan College. And strike 2.
I've liked what I've seen from Orr so far on the mound. It took up until the top of the third to give up his first hit, and he's already had 2 strikeouts prior to it.
Christian Orr, a guy that was sorely missed when he was out with injury through the first half of the season. But thankfully for the Rams, they have Orr for this backstretch. And for this series is really important for the Rams as they're fighting for that 10th spot. 10 teams make the AAC postseason as Christian Orr will get the strikeout. So 3rd strikeout of the game for Orr, 1 out now. But, in those standings, CIU battling for that 10th spot, primarily with Union. And that loss to Union obviously hurts. That series loss to Union early in the season obviously hurts. But I believe with that win yesterday, CIU actually jumped Union in the standings, if I'm not mistaken.
They did, in fact. They are sitting at 6-16 in the conference, where Union is 5-14.
Yeah, so it really will be up to between Union and CIU on who's able to win out these last few games. And then obviously Montreat just sitting 1 game above CIU in that 9th spot, and CIU would own the tiebreaker with Montreat because of their head-to-head series win over Montreat. Rams only have 1 more home series after this week, which is Point University at the end of April. That'll be a Thursday-Friday series, April 28th and 29th, as Chu goes and as Orr picks up his 4th strikeout of the contest. Chu will steal second as Hernandez couldn't quite handle that pitch and not able to throw it over to second in time. But as it is, 2 outs on the board, that'll bring up Darwin Gregg. Darwin Gregg yesterday with 4 RBIs had that 3-run homer that cut the lead from 7-3 to 7-6 in the top of the 9th, where I think all of us sitting over here at the table thought that Bryan was about to complete the comeback after being up, and obviously Brett Collins closed things out. But Darwin Gregg, a guy that CIU's got to be at least aware of when he's at bat.
Yeah, just as hard as CIU is fighting to try to get into the tournament, Bryan is also fighting to not only stay in the tournament, but to get a higher seed, because if they were to win 1 more game, they would jump 1 spot. If they were to lose 1 game, they could drop 2 spots, and that would put them only 1 spot ahead of CIU. So, yeah, when you get down to this part of the season, everybody's kind of giving it their all in all these conference series, and the point series next week is another big one that CIU is going to have to close out.
Yeah, for sure. That point series at the end of the year going to be an important one in the standings as well. And then obviously CIU with Kentucky Christian, I believe that's next week. Actually, it's Kentucky Christian away. That's going to be a big one too, as KCU has the same amount of wins in the conference as CIU does right now, each with 6. Obviously, if the Rams can pick up 2 wins today, and obviously have a good start to this game, but that KCU series is going to be pretty important as well for both of those teams. Really, Corbett, only Tennessee Wesleyan who's really pulled away from the pack so far, 19-0 in the conference, as that is popped up and caught by the center fielder, as we will head to the bottom of the 3rd. CIU still up 2-0. Bryn Morris, who leads things off here in the bottom of the third inning for CIU, as he will watch that first pitch go by for a ball. So 1-0 count to start things off. Morris, a guy that has been very good for CIU as a freshman, and there will be another double for Morris, his second of the game, as he sends one over there to the right field wall, bringing up Rob Bell. And just as I was mentioning how good Morris has been for CIU this year, he notches another double.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier about the batting averages and just trying to make contact, that rule does not apply to Morris. He always hits for the fences, and he gets very close on just about every one that he makes it to the base on.
Yeah, Morris been a spark for the Rams this season, as Bell leans away from that pitch. So ball one, and Rob Bell, a guy that didn't really get going yesterday, but can make a big impact if he can start connecting with some balls here in this game 2 of this series. So we'll see how Rob Bell does in this at-bat. Right now, 1-1 for the switch hitter. Here's the pitch from Buffington. And Corbett, you want to tell us how the day that Buffington has been having so far?
Yeah, Buffington is struggling a little bit. He could be doing a lot worse. Like I had mentioned earlier, the defense hasn't had any errors, and they've been really doing their best to back him up. But he has given up 7 hits already and has no strikeouts, so he's looking to find a little bit of energy and put something together. I haven't seen any action in the bullpen, so it looks like they're sticking with their guy for a little while longer.
Yeah, especially in these double headers, if you can, get through, as he picks up his first strikeout as we're talking of the contest. If you can get through the first 4 to 5 innings with only one guy, I mean, that's kind of the goal. So then you can kind of just start throwing people in there as you have the rest of the first game and all of the second game still left to play. Obviously, Bryan yesterday, Harvey went, I believe he went 7 innings, and then before they had to end up throwing in 3 more guys to try to close it out, which they were unable to do. But Cam Harvey had a really good game yesterday for Bryan through the first 7 innings. Actually pitched the shutout through those first 7 innings against CIU. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Excuse me. No balls, 2 strikes. As Trujillo goes down for Buffington's second strikeout.
He barely made contact with that one, but nonetheless, still an out.
As Maldonado sends one to right field, and that'll be a double as Morris scores to add another run for CIU. And Corbett, like we were just saying, with 8 hits for the Rams, you got to think almost that Bryan is fortunate to only be down 3-0 right now.
Yeah, the bats have been cracking for CIU so far. They've been hitting those gaps. They've hit it away from defenders, and that's the greatest. I think that's the best, most efficient way to play baseball. And was an error. That ball got past the right fielder, but that seemed to be like the first slip up, at least for this Bryan defense. And if that continues to avalanche, then Bryan could be in for a long day.
So it looks like it is Trevor Ferguson that is warming up out there in the bullpen for the Lions. So we'll see if maybe he comes in to start the 4th inning. as Buffington hits Bodison, and we may see Ferguson now, depending on how long he's had out there in the bullpen. Well, nothing yet, as Bodison reaches first. So 3 doubles already today four doubles already in this game for the Rams, as James Lavera will try to get in on the action in his second at-bat. Right now, Lavera 0 for 1 in his first at-bat. Actually, that was the line out into the double play was Lavera's last at-bat. And you know, Corbett, if the sun was out, I really don't feel like it would feel as chilly as it does down here right now. But with this cloud coverage, certainly everything doesn't feel like the ball travels quite as far when it's cold like this. And I kind of feel like that's kind of almost what happened on both of Bryn Morris's 2 hits, as that ball around the knees of Lavera.
Yeah, I'm almost afraid to speak about the weather because the wind has died down a little bit, and I'm afraid to jinx it. It's not too bad right now, but we'll see what happens, I guess.
And Buffington looking for his 3rd strikeout of this inning, as Lavera took a big swing at that. Buffington, see how he responds to giving up that run, and he gets the strikeout. So kind of a mixed bag there for Buffington in the 3rd inning. But we will head to the 4th as the Rams add 1 more in the 3rd. CIU up 4-0. So Bass Cooper up to the plate now for Bryan. We did have a change in the lineup for CIU. Carter Willis comes in for James Lavera at the bottom of the order in the 9th hole, and Willis will move to center field while Shane Hammonds moves over to left for CIU. So again, Carter Willis now in the lineup for James Lavera. Bass Cooper fouls that off as the count 1-2. Christian Orr looking for his 5th strikeout of this contest, as that pitch is low. Makes it 2-2. So the 2-2 pitch, and that is a deep shot to right field. Will go off the right field wall out there for a double for Bass Cooper. So the stand-up double for Cooper, as that'll bring Mark Thornhill to the plate now for Bryan. That's really the first positive thing offensively we've seen for Bryan so far, as I believe this will be, number 49, Carvin Dames from the Bahamas is pinch running at second for Bass Cooper. Yesterday, Corbett, we saw Rollins pinch running for Cooper several times. But again, Cooper giving Bryan some of their first offensive life so far in this game.
Yeah, that was a very I was kind of surprised to see it. Not that I'm underestimating this Bryan lineup, but Christian Orr's actually been pitching pretty well today, so I was a little surprised to see that early in the inning.
The double to right field puts the runner on second. Thornhill in his second at-bat today is 0 for 1, was struck out his last time up. 2-0 count right now, as that is hit to center field and caught by Willis. So 1 out on the board, bringing up number 12, the left fielder, Bradley Prince.
I don't think anybody here at Miller Field, thought that ball was not going to be caught. Carter Willis always catches those fly balls, and that's why he's so reliable.
And that one was a little shallow. Willis definitely had to come up to snag it. First pitch there against Prince is called a ball, 1-0. Still runner on second out there is Carvin Dames, as that will be a base hit, and Dames may, he'll stay. So Dames advances to third, and sometimes those speedy guys out there running the base pass can extend a play like that into a run, but Maldonado makes sure that doesn't happen, as runners in the corners now for Bryan with Garcia up to bat. A lot of freshmen that make a impact for this Bryan team. Garcia, another one of those young guys for the Lions. So 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, and Bryan, with this young lineup, still sitting at 10-9, so the future looks pretty bright for them.
Yeah, and Bryan, similar to CIU, both teams coming off pretty good years last year. Bryan obviously actually ended up making the NAI national tournament last year. Were ranked as high as number 14, I believe, at one point in the season. Both of these teams came in receiving votes in the NAI preseason poll, and maybe haven't quite had seasons that have gone the way that they have hoped, but still have a chance to maybe make an impact in the postseason, as big strikeout there from Orr will sit down Garcia and bring up Layla. Again, Layla, the junior out of Glen Ellen, Illinois. Another JUCO transfer from Oakton Community College. When picking up again here at Miller Field. A 1-0. Big swing and a miss there. Makes it 1-1.
Well, it took a little longer than I expected, but I talked about the wind earlier, and it's back now.
As that one is fouled off, and
that one was very close to hitting one of our fans.
thankfully we have the tent covering us, as Bryan's coach will want to discuss with the umpire, and I think he's frustrated with the motion of Orr. Wants a balk maybe. And yeah, that's what he is arguing about. He wants the balk from Orr. A 1-2 count. And there's the strikeout.
Heard some chirping from both sides, and Christian Orr said he's going to put an end to it.
And so the strikeout retires the side. Rams keep runs off the board as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Rams up 3-0. So back here in the bottom of the 4th inning, we have a new pitcher on the mound for Bryan, Tristan Allison, the righty out of Baxter, Tennessee. Corbett, can you give us a little look at the season he's been having?
Yeah, this is the 9th appearance for the junior on the year. He's coming in, giving up 29 hits with 13 strikeouts, and his ERA is 11.81.
Interesting ERA there, as that is hit to third, and tough play to make by the third baseman Thornhill, but as it is, Hammonds reaches first, and that'll be a hit for Hammonds. 9 hits on the game so far for CIU. There's strike one against Hernandez. So Rams up 3-0 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. No outs, runner on first. There's a chopper too short as the out is made on the fielder's choice over at second. So Hernandez will reach, and this is Chase Hadley coming in to pitch run for Josh Hernandez. Excuse me, Aaron Hood over there at first, pinch running. Buddy Bleasdale at bat now for CIU. Bleasdale 1 for 2 today with an RBI and, well, an RBI double, as there's strike one against Bleasdale. 1-1 count.
Wind is really picking up here.
As 2 strikes now against Bleasdale. That one in the dirt. 2-2. That one hit back to the mound, and a mistake there by the second baseman. So runner will reach. Bleasdale reaches on the error by the second baseman. So Bleasdale over at first, Hood at second. 3 balls, no strikes.
Morris has a chance to really send a message to this pitcher with 2 runners on base and only 1 out. I know he's looking to hit this really far.
That gets in there for the strike. The 3-1 pitch on the way as Morris will take his base, bringing up Rob Bell. And now we've got a righty in here on the mound, Corbett, so Rob Bell has switched back over to hitting lefty.
We'll see what he can do. He's got a lot of room to work with. He's got runners on all the bags and only 1 out, so he can go up there and keep his head clear. Not a lot of pressure, but a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, obviously, main thing you don't want to do in this situation is ground into a double play, which 0-1 As here is the pitch, which is fouled off. We'll make it 0-2.
Not necessarily.
That is 100% a hat.
This?
Yes. The specific type of hat.
0-2. Bases loaded.
No, a toboggan has a string from the other side.
It's still a toboggan. You look like a toboggan.
That is hit to left field. That'll bring in at least 2 on the stand-up double for Rob Bell. So 2 RBI double for Rob Bell will put CIU up 5-0. 10th hit of the game for CIU as the Rams coming alive here in this fourth inning, bottom of the 4th inning. Bring up Cody Trujillo to bat for CIU. Bell at second. Morris over there at third. Only 1 out. That is strike 1 against Trujillo.
That'll bring Rob Bell's RBIs up to 19 on the season.
A solid year for Bell. And he's been consistent for the Rams every year. He's been here as well. One of those guys that's part of the original team back in 2020.
Because they're short.
But they don't even like that one. Like you can fold down.
So Cody Trujillo trying to add some more for CIU. 0-2 though right now, and that does not find the strike zone. So 1-2 count. That is fouled off.
That is another $9 in the woods.
Scavenging for baseballs. Becoming a full-time job here for some of these bullpen pitchers for the Rams.
With Easter coming up, you could do instead of an Easter egg hunt, you could do a baseball
That's
hunt.
right.
You'll find plenty of them.
Trujillo flies out to right field. So that will bring up Jan Maldonado. Maldonado is 1 for 2 today. Had a base hit in the first inning. Excuse me. Had a base hit in the actually had a double in the third inning. So runners still at second and third. That is still Morris over there at third, and Bell at second. Fouled off. We'll make it 0-2 now. Fouled off again. Stays at 0-2. That goes off the leg of Cosby, but good job by the catcher to block that pitch. If that had got by him in the direction that it was going, Morris most likely would have scored on a pass ball there. Allison steps off the mound for a minute. Makes it 2-2. And that will be called a ball. So full count now. So after starting 0-2, Maldonado battled his way back to the into the full count.
I was really surprised to see that called a ball, but I guess we'll take it.
That's way outside for ball 4. And yeah, that second to last pitch there certainly looked like it got in there with the little bit higher strike zone with the taller Maldonado, but it will say back-to-back balls sends Maldonado to the first. Bases loaded once again, bringing up Grant Bodison. Bodison tried to check his swing. Say it was a foul. 0-2. And Bodison will go down on the strikeout. So the Rams add add 2 more in the 4th as we head to the top of the 5th. CIU up 5-0.
Back to start the top of the 5th. Christian Orr still on the mound. That first pitch will be a ball outside, low to the right. Up to bat for Bryan is Chu. He has one hit at one at bat. He made it to first, I believe. Third pitch was a ball that brings the count to 2-1. Hit right behind first plate, and Trujillo brings it down to bring the first out of the top of the fifth.
Again, we apologize for any lagging with the stream. We are running everything down here at Miller Field off hotspots.
To take a look at Christian Orr so far through the 4 innings that he's pitched prior to this one, he has only given up 3 hits with 6 strikeouts, 69 pitches.
Quick announcement from over in Barberville, Kentucky. The CIU softball game has been postponed due to inclement weather. So we will get an update soon on when the reschedule of that game will be.
Christian Orr picks up his 7th strikeout after that last batter.
Or with the strikeout again, I think our backlogging has been solved for the moment, so I can apologize if things are not loading correctly on your stream, but just remember to refresh your page if you have any lagging or latency problems. So 1-2, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Rams up 5-0. And that hit on the ground to Bodison, as that will retire the side with CIU up 5-0 as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. So Carter Willis up to bat for CIU. Willis in his first at bat today. That one fouled off. Willis hits one in the gap. And so in Willis's first at bat, he will pick up the base hit.
Left fielder Shane Hammond.
Bringing up Shane Hammonds. So discussion on the mound. We will take a quick break while Bryan sorts this out. That is high. One ball. No strikes. And there is strike one as big swing from Hammonds makes it 1-1.
That was a healthy hack. He was trying to send that one to the moon.
Yeah, that's one of the ones where he is trying to keep your footing after. And that is fouled off. Makes it 1-2. So 1-2 count here. Willis leading off over there at first. And he will go. And Willis is caught stealing. So one out now, nobody on after Willis caught stealing on the play there. That's fouled off. Two. Fouled off again. Wind picking up here. Again, the Union versus CIU softball game in Kentucky was postponed. We think it's cold here in Columbia right now. Snow showers are the reason for the postponement at Union. And there is the strikeout. So 2 outs now. Now Allison picking it up a little bit on the mound as he gets the K. Bringing up Josh Hernandez.
Yeah, so far for Allison, he's actually exceeding expectations. His play on the mound here today does not reflect his stats so far in the season. He's got 2 strikeouts and has only given up 3 hits on 45 pitches, so not too bad.
Not too bad at all for Allison as he faces Hernandez. High and outside. Ball 2. And Corbett, this is where I think oftentimes in the 5th inning you kind of hit that lull where you have that energy from when you went up early on in the game, but you got to keep your foot on the pedal if you're CIU and not let up, especially when you go back onto the defensive side of things. As that is, again, outside. Be interesting to see how many innings Christian Orr ends up pitching, as that is hit to center field and caught for out number 3. So we will head to the top of the 6th. Rams still up 5-0. So Christian Orr still on the mound here as that gets in there for the strike. 1-1 count here. This is Thornhill at bat for, this is Greg at bat for Bryan. Darwin Gregg, who reached once on base on balls and then had a fly out in the 3rd. And will fly out again, this time to right field. So, bringing up Baz Cooper. That one is fouled off. That one a little outside. Fouled off. 2-2 now. Oh, that is actually playable and caught by Shane Hammonds in left field. So that'll bring up 2 outs. And strike 1. This time this is Thornhill. That gets in there, strike 2. Christian Orr having quite the afternoon for CIU. 7 strikeouts, 8 strikeouts for Orr as we head to the bottom of the 6th. CIU up 5-0. Well, Buddy Bleasdale will get things going for CIU here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Been quiet offensively for both teams for a few innings here now. So we will see if the Rams can get something going. And that is hit to left field and caught. For a second there, I thought he dropped it. Looked like something else either fell.
Not sure what that was.
Not sure what that was.
Yeah.
That fell on the ground there. But that was caught, so 1 out now. And Britton Morris up to bat for CIU. That is fouled off by Morris. 0-1.
Looks like we got some action in the arm barn.
That is fouled off. Yeah, I would. Looks like Noah Moody, I think, over there. No, Tyler Parker, actually. Hard to tell. Shouldn't really be able to mix those guys up, though, to be honest. They don't really look much alike. But would like to see Wouldn't mind seeing Christian go 7 innings. Obviously, 6 is good, but Christian's having a pretty good game, so I'd like to see that continue. But when you have a guy that's able to throw 6 innings, obviously sets yourself up well for that doubleheader in Game 3. So we will see who gets the start in Game 3. I know Brent Collins obviously only threw against, I believe, 3 batters yesterday, so we may see Brett still get the start in Game 3.
With Christian Orr coming back from his injury and playing as well as he has, that's going to set them up not just for this doubleheader or the last one, but just for the regular season. I mean, he's been pitching very well.
Yeah, had a good week a good series, I should say, against St. Andrews last week as well.
Picked up the only win in that series.
He did. That is correct. Brett Collins was also a part of that when he closed in that series last week. But yeah, also got the guys like Gavin Lantha, Mason Lynch, as that is hit to second, and the out is made at first. So that will end the 6th. Rams stay up 5-0. So Tyler Parker will be on the hill now for CIU. Corbett, can you give us a minute here and tell us kind of season that Tyler Parker has had on the mound so far this year?
Yeah, so far the senior coming into this game has given up 47 hits but has 31 strikeouts. His ERA is 6.89 through 32 innings pitched. I would also like to say very interesting choice of music for his warm-up song. Gave very James Bond vibes.
They've always said Tyler Parker's a man of mystery, so. But Parker has been a midweek guy for a lot of the season, and then we've seen him come in and close out games this year as well, as that is hit to left field and caught to bring up the first out of this 6th inning. Of the 7th inning. As brings up Kiko Garcia, the freshman out of Mobile, Alabama, and by way of Faith Academy. That's outside. 1 ball, no strikes. That'll go foul. Makes it 1-1. So Garcia, again, talked about, we saw Garcia pinch hit yesterday in that ninth inning, in the top of the ninth. Today, Garcia had 2 at-bats, but struck out in both of those, and that'll end up in foul territory. Makes it 2-2. Slow walk back to the infield for Maldonado and Bodison after chasing after that foul ball.
Got a little close to the Bryan bullpen. Maybe got a little bit of chirping going on over there.
Difficult to hear as that is hit to left field, a base hit for Garcia, and that'll be a single, bringing up Grant Layla. We saw some emotion out of Layla last time up. I don't know if you remember that, Corbett, in that last at-bat he faced off against Christian Orr as Parker gave up his first hit of the game against Garcia.
Ooh,
there's strike 1.
That one broke right in front of him.
That's a strikeout for Ayla in his last at-bat, and he's in a 0-2 hole now. Top of the 7th here at Miller Field. Rams up 5-0. That is outside. Hernandez slides to his right to block that from getting by him.
He likes that curveball, and when he gets it right, it works pretty well for him. But then you'll have the occasional pitch like the one that we just had, and like that one.
And there is the wild pitch as that gets past Hernandez, and a runner advances to second.
If he can tighten that up a little bit, he could have an okay day at the mound today.
Yeah, 2-2. So Parker looking for his first strikeout, and he got him. So Layla strikes out in back-to-back at-bats. Layla tried to check his swing there and called out on the strikeout. That'll bring up Jason Chu, again the Division I transfer from North Dakota State. Chu, a Canadian native hailing from Toronto. That's called a strike, so 1-1. That gets in there. 1-2. So Parker having a good start to his afternoon. And it could make it even better if he can get a strikeout here. That is hit to Trujillo, played, made, and that'll send us to the bottom of the 7th. CIU still up 5-0. 0-1 as Cosby shaken up a little bit on that pitch. We talked about how the cold can affect things, and jam fingers, anything like that, obviously made worse in the cold. Hopefully he's okay. Seems to be, as Allison will head back to the mound after checking on his teammate. So it'll be 0-1 with Trujillo at bat. Cody Trujillo is 1 for 3 today, and he hits one over to the shortstop. Throw is well high, so Trujillo will reach on our first error of the contest. Throwing error by the shortstop. That was
Catcher made a big play right there. Stop that from getting worse.
Yeah, that's got all the way over there. Showed some speed. Not easy to do in all that equipment. So Trujillo reaches on the error, and Maldonado up to bat for CIU. 0-1. That's fouled off, makes it 0-2. Trujillo over at first. That pitch is very high. Ball 1. And Corbett, looks like we have a pitch hitter coming in. On deck is Alex Miller. So good to see the upperclassmen in the lineup. So 2-2. That's fouled off toward the CIU dugout. We'll stay with an even count, 2 apiece. And there is a fly ball to right field. A little shallow right field, as that is caught for the first out, bringing up Alex Miller, the graduate student from McBee, South Carolina.
Miller coming into this game has 35 at-bats with 6 hits and a batting average of 171.
I saw Alex DH a good bit at the beginning of the year. Hasn't seen him so much recently, as Britton Morris has kind of slid into that DH role earlier in this 2022 season. At around the knees of Miller. 1-1. Big swing and a miss there from Miller. Makes it 1-2. That's outside. 2-2. Miller will hit that to foul territory in left field. Count stays even at 2 apiece. Miller patient and picks up that third ball, so 3-2 full count. Trujillo over at first. And lifts one over to right field for a base hit. So Alex Miller comes in, goes 1 for 1 so far, bringing up Carter Willis. Rams trying to add some more runs to the board.
They could be getting cold and trying to end this game, because putting us up by 10 at the end of the 7th inning will cause a mercy rule.
I don't think that's happening, Corbett, but it's
I don't think
a
so
possibility.
Either. It is a possibility. Only one out, and I'm not going to say it's impossible.
And who am I to second guess? As it is, 5-0. Miller over at first. Trujillo at second. 1 out. 0-1. And that hit on the ground. And Trujillo will score as the Rams add another. 6-0 now for CIU. So another pitch hitter this time is Price Alexander, who's in there for Shane Hammonds. He'll foul that one off.
Price, the sophomore coming into this game, has 30 at-bats with 8 hits and a batting average of .267.
.02. Rams up 6-0 with 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. That drops down. Ball 1. That comes back inside, but a little too far inside. Makes it 2-2. And there is the strikeout of Alexander. That will bring up Josh Hernandez.
Batting number 15, catcher Josh Hernandez.
One ball. No strikes here against Hernandez. That is fouled up and caught to end the 7th. So CIU adds one in the 7th as we head to the 8th. Rams up 6-0. So Og in his first at-bat will hit one, a difficult one in the gap, and get a base hit for Bryan. That will bring up Parker Cosby. Couple changes for CIU. Tanner Martinez is playing catcher now for CIU. He came in for Josh Hernandez. And then Rafi Gonzalez is now over at third for CIU in for Jan Maldonado. So we may see those guys get their first at-bats of the game in the bottom of this 8th inning. Og will go, throw not in time as he is able to steal second. 2 balls, 2 strikes now, 2-2. And that one is foul, just foul down that third base line. Corbett, if that had been fair, would have scored probably Ogg over there from second.
Yeah, that's not the way you'd want to close this game out. You got to see it through to the end of the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation now for CIU where you just, again, got to keep your foot on the pedal. Runner over at second. And Cosby, obviously a capable hitter at the plate right now. And then a guy who we know can make a big impact on deck in Darwin Gregg, who hit that 3-run homer yesterday in the 9th inning. And that is hit to center field, and the sure-handed Carter Willis is there for the first out of the inning.
Number 11, center fielder, Tyler.
Yeah, the bottom of the 7th for CIU was probably the first the first inning since the 4th inning that we've really seen much action. It's been pretty slow and not a lot of urgency.
And that another fly ball. This one hit to, again, left center field, and Willis trying to make the throw over to Gonzalez. Impressive arm strength from Willis, but runner does advance on the fly out. So Bryan trying to not be shut out here in this game. 2 outs, but finally with a runner in scoring position for the Lions, and that is Dante Morton, who's over there who's pinch running for Ogg. My apologies, I did not catch that earlier. Morton over there, as that is hit right back to the mound, and the error will allow Morton to score the run. So that will be unearned against Parker. But just an unfortunate series of events there, as that one hit back to the mound and then gets by Parker, and then Trujillo just can't quite handle it. So runner over at first. And another pinch runner. This one is Cade Cahoon, the freshman from Armada, Michigan. Mott Community College product.
Did you get the pinch runner? The pinch runner for Ogg? Because Morton came in and pinch ran for Ogg. You just have to go back and change it. So he scored a run, so it does have a stat now. I don't know when he came in. Did he come in after this? I don't know what it was. I just saw him over there at third. It had to be at second.
And runner advances. So Cahoon advances to second. 1-1 count here. So the Rams got to get out of this half inning. 2-1. So that is 29, Daniel Dryden, who is walked, bringing up Bradley Prince. So 2 outs, runners on first and second. Two 0. Outside. 3-0 now. On 3-1. There it is, strike 2, so full count now, 3-2. And Parker will walk Bradley Prince, so bases loaded now. Bringing up Kiko Garcia. There's strike 1 against Garcia. That is a little bit outside. Ball 2. That one in the dirt. 3 balls, 1 strike. And that is hit up and falls foul. So full count now. And Garcia is walked, bringing in 1 run. So that'll add another to the board. Makes it 6-2, and we will have a pitching change coming up here. And that will be Brett Collins. So we saw Brett close things out yesterday. Let's see if he can do it again today. So we'll take a break while he warms up. Grant Layla, who is up to bat now for the Lions, represents the tying run. Garcia over at first, Prince at second, and Dryden at third. And that is hit up and caught by Willis. So CIU gives up 2 runs, but still up 6-2 heading into the bottom of the 8th inning. So some changes for Bryan. Cade Cahoon will stay in after coming into the lineup at the top of the inning. He will go over to third base. Dryden will move out to right field, which then moves Layla over to first base and Morton to second. Also on the mound is Gilbert, who is coming in to pitch for Allison. Two one. That one really low, but called a strike. And Bleasdale hits one to center field. So the base hit for Bleasdale. As Britton Morris comes up to bat for CIU. That one tipped off the end of the bat. So strike one. Big swing and a miss there from Morris. 0-2. Pitch is low. All one, so 1-2 count now. Fouled off towards the CIU dugout. And Morris will take that strike as Morris strikes out as Robert Bell up to bat for CIU. There's a pass ball as Bleasdale reaches second. One 0 pitch coming from Gilbert. And that is popped, or excuse me, that'll be a fly ball to center field where it is caught for the out. Bringing up Cody Trujillo. Trujillo 1 for 4 today. Does have 2 RBIs. Excuse me, that is not correct. Trujillo is 1 for 4. That was 1 for 4 with a reach on an error in his last at bat. Outside. 1-1. That gets in there for strike 2. That is hit to left field. Will score one as Bleasdale scores. So that makes it 7-2. Rams up. Bringing up
Batting number 24,
Tanner Martinez to bat.
Wait, do you get it mixed up? Yeah. Just switch it. You got the change, yeah. It's okay. Oh, you thought you put him in different, like.
Well, he went to catch. I
Yeah,
put it for
yeah,
her,
yeah.
but I guess because he put Rocky.
That would be the, that would make the most sense.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's since he wants to.
So this is Martinez in his first at bat. Three one. That's fouled off, makes it 3-2. And Martinez will take his base. Bringing up Grant Bodison. A 1. That's fouled off. We'll make it 0-2. Bodison will let that get by for ball 1. Fouled off to stay alive. Stays at 1-2. Good eye from Bodison. And there's the strikeout as we head to the top of the ninth. So it'll be up to Brent Collins and company to get the final 3 outs of this game as we head to the top of the ninth. The Rams up 7-2. That is fouled off to start the ninth inning for Chew. So 1-1. That's a little outside. Or ball 1. Ball 2, excuse me. That is fouled up. Two count. And big swing and a miss. So Collins gets the strikeout. Oh, 1. Collins trying to close things out for CIU, just like he did in yesterday's contest. And that is hit to center field. So a base hit for Dante Morton, second baseman. Bringing up Cosby, the catcher. That is hit to left field. And that'll be foul. So 0-1. Fouled off again. outside. 1-2. And that is hit up towards center field, caught by Willis. 2 outs, so 1 out remaining, and CIU will not only get the win in this game, but they will get the series win. That's low. 4-1. Near the hands of Greg. That hit on the ground. Gonzalez can make the out at first, and he will. So CIU gets the win and the series win as they take Game 2 7-2. We'll be back in about 30 minutes, so around a 3 o'clock start for Game 2. That'll be a 7-inning game here in the CIU Sports Network. So here on the CIU Sports Network, our third and final game of this series between CIU and Bryan College. CIU already has the series in the bag, winning Game 1 and Game 2 of this AAC series, as Trent Pauly will get the start on the mound. Pauly, another one of those guys similar to Orr, who played a large role in this team's success last season, but then missed about the first half of the season due to injury. Different lineup for the Rams here in Game 3, as Cosby hits this out to left field where Shane Hammonds is there. Starting in center field is Carter Willis. In DHing in the 2-hole is Josh Hernandez. Batting third first base is Buddy Bleasdale. In right field is Robert Bell, as that one gets by Maldonado. And second base batting fifth is Cody Trujillo. Batting sixth at third base is Jan Maldonado. Playing catcher is Austin Paradise in the 7th hole. Shane Hammonds in left field, batting 8th. And Chase Hadley playing shortstop, batting 9th. For Bryan, the leadoff man, as you saw, was Cosby. The batting in the 2-hole was Darwin Gregg. Gregg just reached first on the base hit. He's in center field. Bass Cooper stays at first base, batting third. Mark Thornhill at third, batting fourth. Bradley Prince in left field, batting fifth. Kiko Garcia DHing, batting sixth. Devin Ogg in right field, batting seventh. Daniel Dryden playing shortstop, batting eighth. And Dante Morton staying at second base, batting ninth. Not a great start here for CIU. One out, but runners on first and second already, as this is Thornhill, who is up to bat now for Bryan. Big swing and a miss there from Thornhill, as Pauly looking for his first strikeout of this contest here in the first inning. Another big swing and another big miss from Thornhill. Makes it 0-2. And that will be called a ball. Makes it 1-2. Thornhill, they'll say he was able to check his swing in time. Makes it 2-2. Again, this is just a 7-inning game. And there is the strikeout from Pauly. So, first strikeout of the game for Trent Pauly, Irmo native. That will bring up Bradley Prince. There's strike one. Just a little outside. 1-1. One, two now after that strike. Time called. That is hit to left field. One will score as the RBI single for Bradley Prince. So Kiko Garcia up to bat now for Bryan. A pinch runner coming in. I believe this is Harvin Dames. Dames also pinch ran in the first game of today's doubleheader. That is fouled up. Makes it 0-1. Oh, 2 now. That is hit to left field, and easy catch made out there for Shane Hammonds to in the side. Bryan scores 1 as CIU trails 1-0 heading into the bottom of the first inning. Carter Willis to lead off for CIU. Willis with a hit in game 1. A 1. Anthony Tejeda, the pitcher to start off for Bryan. That's fouled off. Tejeda, so far this year, ERA of 6.33, has 37 strikeouts. Given up 20 hits in 10 appearances, has started 6 games, is 0-1 on the season. And he will walk his first batter of the game as Willis reaches first. That brings up Josh Hernandez. Hernandez awaiting first pitch he'll see of this game 2 of this doubleheader. That one hit out the middle and double play made there. So good job by, I believe that was Dante Morton over there at second base, who made the unassisted out at second and then flipped it over for the out at first. Big swing and a miss there. 0-2. So Bleasdale trying to get some offensive momentum going, maybe carry it over into the second inning. And he'll strike out. So Bryan will head to the top of the second inning, up 1-0 over CIU. Devin Ogg to start things off for Bryan in the second inning. Ogg had a hit in game 1 of this doubleheader after he pinch hit. Like 1-1 count now. That one fouled over towards the CIU dugout. There's a chopper. And out is made. So Trujillo gets there, makes the out at first. Out number 1 on the board for CIU. That one fouled off. There's a chopper hit over towards third. And great play by Bleasdale to keep his foot on the base, extend out and make that grab on the throw from Maldonado. So 2 outs now on the board. That'll bring up Dante Morton, second baseman. There's the first strike from Pauly against Morton. And that is a fly ball to center field where Willis is underneath it but does not make the catch. So the error on Willis as Morton will get all the way around to second on the error. That'll bring up Cosby. Two oh. That's hit to left field, and one will score. So unearned run there as Cosby will have a pinch runner in. That is number 39. Alex Rollins is pinch running over at first for Cosby. And that is popped up and caught for the third out, but not before one scores as CIU trails 2-0. Rob Bell at bat now for CIU. That first one will be recorded as a strike. Strike two. Time called as Bell will step out of the box momentarily. That gets by the catcher, but obviously no one on base, so it doesn't matter. That is popped up into foul territory. And caught. So one out on the board, bringing up Cody Trujillo. That one around the waist of Trujillo and inside. Cosby reaches out for it, but pops off his glove. So 1-0. Fouled off there by Trujillo. 1-1. That gets in there for strike two. Trey hits that one back to the mound. And And Tejada with the little flip over to first for the out. That brings up Jan Maldonado. A 1. Maldonado reaches out for that. So 0-2. Maldonado extended all the way across the plate, but only results in a foul ball. And Maldonado is struck out. 2 innings in the books. The Rams trail 2-0. Matthew Flanagan will take the mound for CIU. He comes in to pitch for Trent Polly. We saw Flanagan with a brief appearance last week at St. Andrews. At home versus St. Andrews. 1-0. Two balls so far here against Cooper. Cooper was walked in his first at-bat. Flanagan taking a few pitches here to get this under control. And Cooper is walked for the second time in this game. So Bass Cooper, 2 at-bats, 2 walks. And Cooper will stay over at first. Originally thought there might be a pinch runner coming in, but this will bring up Mark Thornhill, third baseman. That's a little high. Two 0. And that gets in there for a strike. 2-1. That one curves inside, well inside. Thornhill will jump out of the way. 3-1 now. You're in the top of this third inning. That gets in there for strike two. Full count now here against Thornhill. Flanagan can just get control. These pitches look good. Just don't want to walk back-to-back batters. And there is the strikeout. So Flanagan gets the strikeout. One out, runner on first. This is Bradley Prince, who's up now to bat for Bryan. Oh, 1. That's a little outside. It's 1-1. That pitch is well low. Makes the count 2-1 here against Prince.
As long as you know and use the term bandwagoning, I'm okay with it.
3-1. Pitch coming from Flanagan, and that is hit to right field as that'll go down. Well, it'll actually just be a single as Cooper gets around to third on the single to right field by Bradley Prince. The DH, Kiko Garcia, stepping into the box now for Bryan. There's the strike. That is going to be called a ball. 1-1. Runners in the corners for the Lions. Runner will go from first. That's Prince. He will have to go back, however, as that was fouled off. by Garcia. 1-2. Runner will go again. This one will fall fair. So Cooper scores on the single to right field. Makes it 3-0. Back-to-back hits for the Lions. That pitch looked pretty good from Flanagan. He called a ball. That one does get in there for the strike. Both runners go. So now runners on second and third. And Og will walk. As pinch runner coming in. Actually, no, never mind. Excuse me. We will have a discussion on the mound as I believe that is Gavin Lantham warming up over there in the bullpen for CIU. Daniel Dryden batting for Bryan. Bases are loaded. Gavin Latham replaces Matthew Flanagan on the mound. That one hit up the gap on the first pitch as one scores to make it 4-0. Bases stay loaded.
Number 1, second baseman, Doubleheader.
So Dryden singles to left field, and a run comes through. So Dante Morton at bat for Bryan. There's a strike by Latham. 1-1. That one hit to left field and will fall foul. A 1-2 count now. Latham looking for the strikeout. Morton takes a hack at that. Fouled off. Fouled off yet again.
Was that y'all on the tours singing
That gets a little low. 2-2. Ball gets away from Martinez. And Garcia beats it out as good effort by Latham, but not quite in time on the flip from Paradise. Makes it 5-0. So Morton is walked. I will bring up Cosby. And that one gets in the gap. And one more comes through. Makes it 6-0. This is Darwin Gregg, who will fly out to left field. That'll go down as a sac fly as one scores and both advance. So sacrifice fly for Darwin Gregg. Sac fly to left field. That'll make it 7-0. One count here, 2 outs. Rams just need to get out of this inning in any way possible. Good pitch from Latham, but that'll be ball 1 or ball 2. Excuse me. That ball is hit to left field, caught by Hammonds for the out. So CIU gives up 4 in the third, or excuse me, gives up 5 in the third, as CIU will head to the bottom of the inning down 7-0. Austin Paradise in his first at-bat today. 2-1. Big swing and a miss from Paradise. Makes it 2-2. And Paradise will go down as Tejada picks up his third strike of the game. CIU 0 for 6. As a team so far. I guess 0 for 7 now. Well, still 0 for 6 actually. Did actually update already. 1 base on balls.
My hero. That's what I'm saying.
And Hammonds will pop out. Bring it up. Chase Hadley to the plate.
No, he's fighting for it.
1-1. Count here. Chase Hadley in his first at bat. As there's a first hit of the game for the Rams as Hadley reaches first.
Top of the order for number 44.
Willis will watch that one go down around the ankles for ball 1. Two 0. Three balls, no strikes, runner on first. 2 outs, though. There's the strike, 3-1 now. Fouled off by Willis. Hadley will go. That's fouled off, so I'll have to return. Three-two pitch, and that is hit to left field and just goes foul. Hadley would have probably scored if that had stayed fair. As it is, still full count here against Willis. Bottom of third inning. So you down 7-0. And that is a strikeout for Ajeda, as that's his third of the game. So Willis goes down. We head to the fourth. CIU down 7-0. pitcher in for CIU. This is Hunter Garris. New pitcher in for CIU. This is Hunter Garris. Coach Johnson trying to use as few arms as possible, or excuse me, as many arms as possible, but with as light of load as possible in this 7-inning game. And a pinch runner coming in for Thornhill after he has walked. This is number 13, Cade Cahoon. We saw Cahoon in game 2 of this series. That'll bring up Prince. So 0-1. Garris looking for his first strikeout of the day. So 1-1, 1 ball, 1 strike here for Garris in this 4th inning. Fouled off. 1-2. Fouled off again by Prince. That one hit over onto the CIU softball field. A good battle here between Prince and Garris. Outside, 2-2. That one hit foul again. Two, 2. Brings it to a full count after that ball. Rams still looking to get the first out on the board in this fourth inning. That one hit to right field. And Cahoon extends that out from advancing to second. He extends it all the way out to getting over to third. As Prince, it's on at first. This will bring up Garcia again for Bryan. There's strike one. From Garris. Strike two. 0-2 now.
He was here, but
That's a high fly ball. Caught. Runner from third will go. And Cahoon scores on the sac fly. That makes it 8-0. So Garcia, sac fly to left field as Cahoon scores. 1 out. Rams down 8-0. One ball, no strikes. Runner on first is Bradley Prince. That one hit back to Garris on the mound. There's one and not quite two. As good effort from Hadley. Smart play from Garris. But only 1 out is made, so Og reaches on the fielder's choice.
that's what it feels like out here. It's supposed to be 83 Wednesday. Oh, he didn't even.
And stuck is Og, and the out is made. So Og caught, or picked off, I should say, I guess, at first, as that is out number 3 here in the top of the fourth. Back in just a minute on CIU Sports Network. So Josh Hernandez looking to bring some life into this CIU offense. As Tejada's pitch goes a bit wild there. So 2 balls, no strikes. That's fouled off. So 2-1. Count here. Hernandez's first at bat in the first inning was he hit into a double play. Two. And there is the strikeout for Tejada. So that's his 5th of the contest, bringing up Alex Miller. Miller is batting for Buddy Bleasdale. Swing and a miss there from Miller. Miller takes another big swing. Tejada looking for his 6th strikeout of this contest. That one fouled off, so Miller stays alive. And that is popped up and caught. So play is made. Out number 2 on the board. Bringing up Rob Bell. So looks like Rafi Gonzalez inserted into the lineup is on deck as Rob Bell fouls off there. Gonzalez, well, we'll see if he actually gets up. That is hit and off the wall, so Bell gets around to second, and now Gonzalez, so Bell with the stand-up double. Now Gonzalez will bat for Cody Trujillo in the 5 hole. And looks like Bryce Alexander will pitch hit for Jan Maldonado, who is on deck. So Gonzalez pitch hitting for Trujillo. Alexander pitch hitting for Maldonado. There's strike one against Gonzalez, 1-1. Imagine we'll see quite a few changes in the field here as well as we go into the 5th inning. A little bit outside, makes it 2-1. That one, fly ball to left field, is caught to end the inning. So we'll head to the 5th. 3 innings left in this 7-inning game as CIU trails 8-0. Couple changes as predicted in the 5th here as Gonzalez comes in for Trujillo at second, Miller in for Bleasdale at first, and Price Alexander in at third for Jan Maldonado. This is Dryden at bat. Pitch high, makes it 3-2. That one hit up the middle for a base hit, bringing up Dante Morton. That's Daniel Dryden that reached first. On the mound for CIU is Jake Lewis. Lewis saw some time in the past 2 series against Montreat and St. Andrews. That is popped up on the bunt and it will roll foul. That one in the dirt. 1-1. Good pitch from Lewis. It's a little low. 2-1. That one hit right down the third base line and way over there in the corner for the stand-up double for Dante Morton, as Cosby will come up to bat now. That's foul. Almost looked like it had fallen fair, but is called foul. 0-1 now. So no outs. Runners on second and third. That is fouled off. One, two. Pass ball, and runner will score from third, make it 9-0. That one hit to left field and caught against the wall as Cosby records the sacrifice fly as Morton scores on the fly out to left field.
You don't have to tell me that.
2 balls, no strikes. Two one here now against Greg. Big swing and a miss. Good job there from Lewis. Looking for his first strikeout. Down in the dirt.
I'm just as poor as they are.
And Greg is walked, bringing up Bass Cooper. Low and outside. 0-1. One now. Two one. Good pitch there from Lewis, but that'll be ball. 3-1. Three-two. Caught the outside edge of the strike zone. So runner advances, but Lewis picks up a strikeout as two outs.
I think it would be okay. I think it would be okay.
1 ball, 1 strike. Two one now. Good pitch there from Lewis. Makes it 2-2. Strikeout from Lewis. Makes it, or helps us head to the bottom of the fifth. Rams down 10-0. So Price Alexander at the plate now for CIU. Jacob Allman, who we saw a little bit yesterday, is pitching now for the Lions. Fouled off. 0-2. That at the knees of Alexander. So Alexander will advance to first. Austin Paradise at bat now for CIU. Outside. Ball one. Swing and a miss there from Paradise. I think it's a 1-1. And that one is popped up, and that'll be a foul out to third baseman Dryden. Route number 1. That brings up Shane Hammonds. Swing and a miss there from Hammonds. Fouled off by Hammonds. Throws over to first. Swing and a miss there from Hammonds. Will sit him down. 2 outs now after that strikeout. That'll bring up Chase Hadley. Two balls, no strikes here against Hadley. That's going to be the First strike against Hadley. 2-1 now. That pitch in the dirt makes it 3-1. Outside. Full count now. That's fouled off. Fouled off again from Hadley. That time, Alexander looked like he was going to go. He'll go to second anyway because Hadley has walked, bringing up Carter Willis. One ball, no strikes. That's high. 4-2.
Goes below his nose, show swung.
So Allman having a little trouble throwing strikes here. That one gets in there. 3-1. And bases loaded now. As that'll bring up Josh Hernandez. Bryan's going to talk about it for a minute with Allman. Back in just a minute on the CIU Sports Network. Back here on the CIU Sports Network, CIU down 10-0, but bases loaded here in the fifth. There's strike one. 1-1 count here against Hernandez. Fouled off. Makes it 1-2. That is lifted to left field. 2 will score, so the 2 RBI single for Hernandez puts CIU on the board here in the 5th inning. Score now 10-2. Bring up Alex Miller. Pass ball advances both runners. That one gets through the gap, scores 2 more for CIU, makes it 10-4. Bringing up Rob Bell.
Supposed to be jamming out right now. Really?
Miller advances to second and then acts as if he's going all the way over to third. That one hit in the gap as well. One more comes through. This is Miller. And now the lead cut down to 10-5. Bringing up Rafi Gonzalez. Outside. 1. Two one now. Pass ball, or wild pitch, I should say. Advances Bell over to second. So Maldonado facing the 3-1 count here. Runners on first and second for CIU. 3-2 now. That one hit back, and the out is not made. Tough throw.
Now batting number 24, Tanner Martinez.
So bases loaded. So bases loaded here. Martinez comes in now for Paradise, I believe. One, two. I'll even the count at 2 apiece. Brings to a full count. 3-2. And there is the strikeout. So CIU adds 5 in the top of the fifth, or excuse me, the bottom of the fifth. So deficit is cut to 10-5 here heading into the 6th inning. So Josh Hernandez, who we saw DH in this game and then play catcher in the first two games, will get on the mound for CIU to try to make quick work of these Bryan batters here in the top of the sixth inning. All one. One now. And for Hernandez, you all know he has the velocity, but can he control it is the question here against Bryan. And there's strike two. So Hernandez looking good so far early in this sixth inning. Fouled off. So Prince not willing to go down easily. Three-two full count. Outside. And Prince is walked.
Number 9, designated hitter, Kiko Garcia.
Oh, Kiko Garcia up now for Bryan. That pitch is high and away for ball one. Outside. Ball two. Three balls. No strikes here against Garcia. There's the strike. Makes it 3-1. That one hit on the ground, and out is made on the throw from Hadley to Miller. Runner gets over to second. Devin Oggs, who is 0 for 2 today, did reach on a walk earlier. So one out here in the top of the sixth. Inside, called strike. Runner at second is Prince. 2 outs. Runner on second for Bryan. That's fouled off. Field 1, outside. Called a strike, catches that outer edge. So, no balls, 2 strikes. Hernandez looking for his 3rd strikeout. Runner goes, and Prince will steal 3rd. One, two. Outside. Prince will go and score easily as that pitch got well past Martinez. Makes it 3-2. And Dryden will walk. Bring up Morton. Runner goes. Oh. 0-1. Umpires will discuss. Be back in a minute. So that'll just go down as a stolen base. Discussion was whether or not it was actually a balk. But it was just a steal. 1-1. Two one count. Swing and a miss there by Morton. Makes it 2-2. And that will, this time, runner is caught stealing from second to third. So we will head to the bottom of the inning with CIU down 11-5. So Shane Hammonds to lead off here in the bottom of the sixth inning. That first pitch is outside. As Hammonds is walked. So Chase Hadley at the plate now. That gets in there for a strike. 1-1. The 1-2 now. Two count. Looks like we'll have James Lavera coming in. Saw Lavera in the first 2 games, but not in this game 3. That is fouled up. And so it stays at 2-2. Big swing and a miss there from Hadley as he will go down, bringing up James Lavera.
Batting number 18, James Rivera.
Oh, are you doing this?
That pitch around the knees of Lavera. So 1 ball. Ball 2. That gets in there for the strike. 2 balls, 1 strike. 1 out, runner on. First is Hammonds. High and away, 3-1. Throw over to first. Hammonds easily back to the bag. And that is caught, and double play made as the fly out to right field and then the throw to first for the out. So Dante Morton to lead off in the 7th for the Lions. Kyler Clark will be on the mound, his first appearance in this series. Strike one. And that hits Morton, so he will take his base as that brings up Parker Cosby. That one hit straight up into the air and caught by Miller. So bring up out number 1 here in this 7th inning. So Darwin Gregg up to bat now for the Lions. Throw over to first. Not going to matter. As Morton back to the bag.
Scotty, can we take those stakes over to the... They actually go...
Big swing and a miss there. 0-1. That in the dirt. Brings the count to 1 piece. Two one after that pitch near the face of Gregg. That one fouled up into the air. So 2-2. That pitch outside, ball 3. And that is fair. So the double for Gregg. So 1 out. Runners on second and third for Bryan. That one chopped, and Trujillo dives for it, unable to make the catch, as 2 score to make it 13-5. So Cosby over, that's Bass Cooper over at first. May see some changes here in the lineup for Bryan. As Thornhill will have this will actually be a pinch runner. This is Michael Novak, junior from Clearwater, Florida, transfer from Spring Hill College. First time seeing Novak here today. One 0. Two balls, no strikes. That one hit to center field. Bell is there to make the catch. So 2 outs. Runner on first for Bryan here in the top of the 7th inning. That one fouled off. Oh, 2 outs, so big pitch here for Clark. And that's fouled off. Pitch from Clark. And outside makes it 1-2. That one will drop as runners advance. Brings up Kiko Garcia. A little bit outside. 1 ball, No strikes. That is fouled off towards left field. 1-1. Here's strike two. And that is a fly ball to left field where it is caught for out number 3. So we'll head to the bottom of the inning. CIU down 13-5. So 2 runners on base for CIU, down 8 here in the bottom of the 7th. And Bell will strike out for out number 1 here in the 7th inning.
7, Cody Trujillo.
Strike 1 against Trujillo. Oh, 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two. That one chop foul. Stays at 2-2. Outside. 3-2. And Trujillo will go down swinging. So 2 outs, bringing up Jan Maldonado. Maldonado back at the mound. Back at the plate after going out for a few innings. That is hit to center field and will drop as Morris gets over. Morris will go after some hesitation from Greg out there in center field. So that will score 1 run. Britton Morris comes across the plate. Tanner Martinez up to bat now for the Rams. Like 1 against Martinez. 1-1. Count evened up at 2 apiece. Three, two, full count now. Fouled off. Full count. And Martinez will walk, bringing up Shane Hammonds. Strike one against Hammonds. Bases loaded, Rams down 13-6 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Strike two. One ball, two strikes. Two. Full count now. As bases loaded, Hammond's facing the 3-2 count. That's outside. For ball four. That'll bring up Chase Hadley. So Hadley up to the plate with bases loaded. Rams down 13-7. Oh, 2 now. That one hit up the gap, and the play is made to end this game as CIU gets the series win 2-1. They will fall in Game 3, but a good win for the Rams as we will see you guys back here on Tuesday as CIU hosts Truett McConnell for a single header, or a single game, I should say, this coming week. So long. See you next time on the CIU Sports Network.